Hello. Okay. Apparently I'm late. I still don't have coffee, so I'm still making coffee. Did not think I was going to be late, but let me open up my stuff. I see I haven't opened all the Unity things. And I'll... Okay. I'm here. I have coffee. So we can get going, I guess. You guys want to get going? Yeah, why not? Okay, let's start on this page. Let us start with this thing. Okay, and let me also just verify that everything's working now. Okay. My internet connection was a bit funny, but it seems like everything is sorted now, is it? Okay, so it seems to be working. I can pause these, save on some bandwidth. Yeah. Okay. Is the music softer? Oh, I accidentally reduced my volume. Okay, that's just me then. Okay, so let's see what we have to do for today. So I think yesterday we ended off in a pretty good place, right? We got some knickknacks sorted, like the rubble mesh for the totem, and I think we are now... Yeah. So we need to work on the crocodile, basically, right? Okay. Now, the main thing for the crocodile for today, I think, should be adding the crossbow attack stuff. So we need this functionality. It doesn't make sense trying to make the system if part of the system is, requires the crossbow. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get the crossbow working. And then once that is working, we can continue building out the wave system for the boss. Sounds like a plan? I think it's a plan. Okay. So with that in mind, let's get our time tracker going, and we'll just continue with this timer since it is basically working on the Crocodile boss. So we have our time going. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get to Unity again yesterday to fix some of my structure here and maybe to clean up my file system a bit. I just had too much other stuff going on, so yeah, that's unfortunate, but you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. Okay. So, how are we gonna add a crossbow to this guy? Yeah, so I think we're gonna have to do a couple of things to get that to work. So, one of the first things is, I mean, not the first things, but this animator state machine is gonna have to get a bit of a revamp. And the same thing with the actual Crocodile state machine, right? So this is going to get a little complicated. Yeah, because you can see here, we start off, and this is fine, right? If you look at this, we start with the weapon unsheath animation always. And from there we can either go to idle or to movement. That is interesting, actually, that we start with this one. We should go to idle sheathed automatically. Okay, so that was weird. Yeah, so we should start in this animation and then trigger the weapon unsheath animation. And then go to normal idle. Okay. So that's okay. Now, this is going to be super complicated because all of this stuff works with the hammer specifically. None of the stuff's going to work with the crossbow. So we'll need a different movement set. I still haven't done the dash. So we'll need a different movement set, a different attack, different... Might even need 2 deaths, actually, now that I think about it. So, the way I think I'm going to try and do this is with layers, right? So we'll have a base, we'll add another layer, and we'll call this like the crossbow layer, for instance. And we can pretty much duplicate all the stuff here, and then what you do is the avatar or mask, you make it a full mask, right? So the full body, not just like upper body or something like that. And then you potentially override it 100%. Right, so that whenever you get to crossbow layer stuff, you pretty much almost ignore all of these animations. So they are 100% overwritten by whatever this is. Right, so that's the idea. I think that's the easiest way. So then I can just build another state machine like this. Or I need to build state machines within this one that we can switch between. And that might not be bad necessarily. I honestly I don't know. So I could just add a substate machine, and this could be the crossbow. And within that, we have idle, movement, and all that good stuff, right? But yeah, I don't know the way. This I feel like this might be better than just the override version of this. Although the override version does give you a little bit of... Nah, I might do this instead, because I'm... Okay, we'll think about it, right? We'll think about it. This is going to be tough, right? So we have a lot of stuff to do. So the first things we should do is maybe just look at our animations and clean this up a little bit, right? So currently all these animations are for the hammer. So what I'm thinking is inside of this folder, we should create a new folder for hammer animations, right? And we need to get these guys in there. Just cleaning up this file structure a little bit. And then we create a new folder. And this would be crossbow is two S's, eh? Crossbow animations. Okay, so let's go find ourselves crossbow animations. So I do believe I imported the crossbow animation stuff. I actually put this up here, it's maybe easier. So let's see, we have over here archer, brute, crossbow. So we do have the animations for the crossbow warrior. We can open the prefab maybe and look at it. Okay, it looks like a little bit like shit, but it's fine. So let's see what the animations look like, right? So we have attack 1. Okay, let's just see what that is. Okay, no, that's ridiculous. Why is he kicking? Okay, no. That is not the attack we want at all. Okay, idle, we probably want that. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Idle sheathed. We might not need that one. We already have one like that. Move attack? What is that? That's ridiculous. What kind of a crossbowman does that? Anyway, ranged attack 1. Okay, I was just shooting. What about 2? Yeah, that looks a bit better. We can make them ranged attack full body. I like that. I think we're going to go with this one so that yeah. We want him to have super powerful crossbow shots, right? We're going to definitely have to apply some kind of cooldown. Okay, running, that's fine, that's normal. What's the special attack look like? Uh-huh. Okay, so I think we're definitely going to go with range attack 2, full body. Run, walk, right? Those seem reasonable. I wonder if we should do a walk backwards thing as well. The idea being that, you know, he would also potentially run away in some circumstances. Ooh, I see we need to add this IK hand script as well. How does that work? Left hand, transform, attach left. Okay, we'll have to come to this guy again and just see how this works when we set up the crocodile. So we need this. Okay. Okay, but I think that's okay. So let's go here. So that's ridiculous. Let's see. Where do we have range attack, full body? Kind of like that one. Right, this guy's going to be stationary when he shoots. He's not going to be like the ranger, running after you while shooting. I'm not muted, am I? No. Okay. So we want that one. Crossbow reload, actually. That might be interesting. What does that look like? Why don't I see that? We have ranged attacks. Block, dash, fall, jump, land, light. Move, attack. Okay. There's nothing here for a reload. Okay. But anyway, let's use that one. Walk, run. I'm gonna put in walk backwards. I might do that, right? Might want him to retreat a little bit, potentially. Idle. Death. Weapon sheath. Unsheath, maybe we need that one. Okay, I don't want him to be stunned and all that good stuff. That's too complicated for me right now. I think with this we can pretty much get where we want to go. So crossbow animations, go there. Okay, now we need to just duplicate you, duplicate you, duplicate you, duplicate you, and you, and you. Okay. And we can pretty much delete all this stuff now. The prefabs effectively. Yeah, because I believe these are prefabs, I can't edit them, so I don't need you anymore. Go away. Oh no, my bitrate, it's unstable. Ah, the internet. The South African internet. It is fantastic. I've been having so many problems the last couple of weeks with my internet connection. It's kind of dumb. It is kind of dumb, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, cool. So we got our animations there. Let's get out of this place. Now, what we can do is we can go to the crocodile animator. So let's just, for the shits and giggles, put these things in here. I mean, this is bad, right? Don't do this. But anyway. Okay, idle should be the default state, and there we go. Okay, now for now, none of these other ones are connected. That's okay. So we might use the layer thing instead. I just don't know yet. I wonder if the layer is easier to use. I'm gonna have to make so many animations and stuff work for this to really work. What? Why did this happen now? Oh, that might be it. Okay. Anyway, so now all of these are in the animator, which means if we go to our crocodile, we can click on the crocodile. Actually, we should click on the crocodile also. Okay, so we need this warrior. IK hands thing, I think. Okay, not sure how that works. We'll look at that. Okay, this does not work the way I'd like it to. So it's not unique, the animation names. I see. This is a problem. Okay, so there's my first problem. Okay, so we need to go here, and we need to rename these ones. Idle. So we need to do crossbow. Yeah, basically we need to add crossbow to all of these. So idle crossbow, run crossbow, walk crossbow, walk backward crossbow, weapon unsheathed crossbow, death crossbow, range attack full body crossbow. Okay, now if we look into the animations here, that didn't help. Okay, let's get rid of these then. Okay, so what we actually need to change are these names. Okay. Okay, so we need to rename. Okay, death. Do we do underscore crossbow? Yeah. Like that. Okay, delete this one. There we go. Okay, idle, death, range attack, run, walk, walk backwards, weapon unsheath. Okay. Save all of those. We go now into the scene. Okay, something is still loading or thinking about it, or who knows what's happening. Okay, now we have all the crossbow stuff. And I immediately don't like the way I did this. I should make it crossbow death. Yep. Because I'm already struggling. Okay. Okay. I'll do that. So we go here again, and we just get rid of all of this. And we rename these again. Okay, so it's going to be crossbow. Let's just call it C-bow. Or you know what? X-bow. That's a crossbow, right? Okay. Okay, put the X-bow. Organizing file structures, eh? This is fun stuff. Yeah, but it's required. Okay, crossbow walk. Crossbow walk backwards. Crossbow weapon unsheathed. Okay. So now, if we drag in idle, and then death, and range attack, and run, and walk backwards, and weapon unsheathed. Give that a good old save. We go to the scene, click on the crocodile. We should have all of them nice and together. Yeah, that's better. Okay, definitely. If we play the death animation for the crossbow now. Okay, that's fine. Idle animation. Okay. Range attack, full body. Run. Walk. Walk backwards. Weapon unsheath. Okay, so we got that going. Now, there are obviously some things that are still not so nice, or that are a little bit broken here, like the hand positions and stuff like that. But I don't even have a crossbow, so maybe let's just give him a crossbow. So at some point, we're going to have to, you know, disable the hammer, for instance. So let's just do that now. And in code, we need to enable and disable these things. So let's get a crossbow. Let's see. We can go to... And we should put this over here. Yeah, I think so. Then we have a hammer prefab. Yeah. It's a good idea. I like that idea. Now it's in our weapons, this hammer. Okay, so let's go look for a crossbow. So we could go to our visual assets and let's just look for crossbow. Is there anything here? Okay, let's maybe do this. Let's maybe do that. So we have something here. Okay, that's all the animations. Oh, these are some free crossbows that I got some time ago, it seems like. Yes. Huh? No, what is this thing doing? Okay, this could work. For now, I mean, let's drag it in there. I have no idea in which hand this crossbow should go. That is quite a large crossbow. Wouldn't you say? Okay, so 0.02. I think that's somewhere to start. Just like that's still huge. Okay, so let's put him in the idle animation with the crossbow. I don't know. That's probably okay. Okay, just lock your animation, please. We need to get this thing in your hands. Okay, now one of the things I'm not too sure about is how we use this. And what any of this means. Okay, but for now, I think I just want this thing to be positioned correctly. So we need to rotate it forward and then rotate it like this. Yes. Okay. And then a bit up. That's a comedically large crossbow. 0.001. No, 0.01. That's what I meant to say. This is closer to what I can expect him to handle, right? Yeah. Okay, we can move it a little bit forwards, maybe putting the thing more inside of his hands. Maybe move it up a little bit. Okay, it's now connected to the right hand, so wait, no. No. I don't want to go into play mode. Ah, for crying out loud. For crying out loud. Okay. That's for the ammo. I mean, that looks kind of fine. Okay, so yeah, this is probably where we need to do this. Yeah, so we have a left hand. Right, I'm not sure how they set this up. Okay, let's go back to the crossbow prefab and just have a look at what they did. So we have an attach point. That's somewhere there. Okay, so then on the crash, we have the actual hand, okay, and just an attach point, right? So that's just the actual hand, and that point is somewhere in space. Can we do a lit? Ah, that looks so much better. Okay, so they put an attach point there somewhere, I guess, and then they just put the hand in. And then that's pretty much the only two things we need here. No idea what this does. Okay, maybe we can figure it out. So let's see if we do... we just put the idle animation on. Okay, let's idle you in that position. Okay, so that looks pretty good. The way he's holding it. Okay, now what if I do anything like that? What if I move this position? Oh. Maybe it's just trying to put the hand. So if I move that over there and I play this now, nothing changed. Maybe it's not using the IK. Interesting. It's always good to look at how they set these things up. And they might give you an idea. Yeah, but it's got an upper body, which is normal. Override, weight 1. Yeah. Okay, let's just look at this. Nothing weird there. Okay, they do use foot IK for basically everything. Huh, maybe I don't need that script. I don't know. I do not understand how these animations work. I'm a dummy when it comes to this stuff. I mean, I watched like a 3-minute video once about the whole IK thing. But I mean, I could put my left hand in there, and I could make an attach point somewhere, you know, relative to my right hand. Right. Attach point. That's not the right attack. Right, and it's not working perfectly right now. But I think I can just fix this stuff the good old-fashioned way. So I could actually remove this. You know what? For now, I might just let it do its thing. Right. So the main one that's problematic is probably this one, where, you know, when he shoots, you can see the crossbow and his hands, they kind of not working together the way they should, right? Yeah. But what I could do is I could just do something like, okay, let's go a bit back. So he shoots, douche. So I can go here and I could be like, okay, cool. Record. Click on this thing. Be like, go. You need to be rotated a bit. Like this after the shot. For instance. Right, and then yeah, that looks great actually. So we're just looking at the rotations. Okay, no, we stopped there. So what? Okay, but basically, so even if you go slow, you're like douche. It's a little bit clippy, but you know, it's good enough. I don't have to be perfect. I just have to be good enough. Okay, but there we go. I think that's a crossbow, and he shoots it. Okay, cool. So now we can add... Yes, like we're going to have to do quite a few things to this crossbow. And a lot of other logic. So we have to make crossbow bolts and stuff like that, right? So at some point we need these projectiles to work. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. I'm actually thinking about it. Let's check the reload animations. They do exist here, so we could see what they look like, more or less. Okay. That's one way of reloading a crossbow, I guess. Okay. That might be polish we do later. I think I'm not going to worry about that stuff right now. He's just going to shoot periodically for now. It is definitely a good idea to maybe have a reload animation and stuff like that. But for now, let's just stick with the basics and see if we can make this thing work. You know. For start. Right. So, okay. We need to think about this because we're going to go into... We need to switch all of our animations over to crossbow animations at some point. So basically we get rid of everything here and we do crossbow animations. Now if I have two trees, I don't think it's going to be that easy to move between them necessarily. Right. So, but what I could do here is I could say create an empty state, right? And this just does empty, right? This does nothing, right? This literally doesn't have an animation with it. And then, if we switch to crossbow, it could be a trigger. Right, it could be a trigger. Then we go out of the empty state and we can't get back into it. So we stay within all of this stuff. And we do a 100% override so that nothing here can be affected. So we could do this, for instance, right? Just to make it simple. But basically something like make transition to there. And we'll go to the crossbow weapon unsheathed state, for instance, right? And for this to happen, we could have a new trigger, which is cross. Maybe draw cross expo. Draw crossbow, right? So we have that trigger over here. Draw crossbow. Okay. Draw crossbow, we go into this. And then, geez, like it. What a mess. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, the entry is probably never gonna happen, but let's just leave it there. Okay, so we draw our crossbow. And now we can do a bunch of other things. And now what's kind of cool is we can say, okay, we draw crossbow, fine. Then we could be making a transition to idle with the crossbow. Straight, right? We don't need... Well, we could say, is idle true, right? So we could just use our state machine like it was. Right, we can also do... so we could idle. We could run from there, or we could be walking backwards, or just walking, I suppose, from the idle state. Okay, and then from idle, we could be attacking. From running, we could be attacking. Then from attacking, no, from walking, we could be attacking. Something like this. Okay. Now, I'm not necessarily going to use the walk that often. You know what? Actually, I'm not going to use the walk. Let's just get rid of it. Just make this tree as simple as we can. Okay. So let's see. So you can unsheath your weapon. Then just stand around. Run. Walk backwards or attack. Okay. Now, after you attack... Okay, we could also make a transition to this. Make a transition to that, right? So we should be able to move between idle and any one of these, no problem. Should we be able to move from running to walking backwards? There's a world where that could be happening. Okay, so we could do that. Okay, so now we have this movement trifecta here. So all of this should work. Now, after we've attacked, I think the only thing we can move to is idle. That just seems reasonable to me. So you can attack and then just go idle. And then from idle, we can decide whether or not we go to running or walking backwards, I think. Maybe I add another one here. Okay, so let's see. So this is idle. This would be is running, and then this one would be a new one, which is walking backwards. So we can do a boolean is walking backwards. Okay. Okay, so if we are walking backwards, we could do that. Okay. And this one should also be is walking backwards. And this one should be is walking backwards. Okay, and then this one is running. This one is running. And this one over here is running. Goodie. Now for all the idle ones, this one should be is idle. This one should be is idle. This one is already is idle. This one is idle. So okay, so those are all the ones pointing towards idle. And this one is attacking, I guess. Because technically it's an attack. Yeah, this is a toughie, because well, with the other ones we had attack numbers and all that nonsense. We could just have attack trigger. In this case, maybe. So we just go into this animation and that's it. Let's try that. I have no idea if this is going to work, but anyway. Okay, and then death is obviously a thing as well, and we could basically die from this point, from that point, from that point, and even from there. So is dead. Is dead. Is dead, and this one is dead. Okay. So I think this is fine. In terms of this setup. Okay, so we are now in a new layer. So I want this layer to work. No avatar mask. I don't know. Do you have one? No. So we don't mask anything. We just do a 100% override. And that's it. Okay, but normally we are in the empty state. We need to trigger the draw crossbow. If we don't trigger that, none of the other stuff will work. Okay, but as soon as we trigger that, all the other stuff will take precedence over any of the other animations, effectively. Could we activate and deactivate layers, actually? Is that a thing? Let's ask Google. So can you activate and disable layers in Animator Unity? Activate, deactivate layers. You can animate by adjusting the layer weight of each layer. Okay. Set its weight to 0. Enable it. Set it. Okay, cool. Animator.set layer weight. Flippin' amazing. Okay, so that might be what we're doing. Right, so this is now weight 1, and this is weight 1. Okay, wait. So do I add a layer for crossbow? For hammer? Maybe I do, actually. Maybe I do. So why can't I adjust the weight for the base layer? That's another question I have. You can't directly adjust the weight of the base layer, and instead you modify the weights of subsequent layers to override or blend with the base layer. Base layer 0 is always weight 1. Okay. Override with higher layers. To control the animation, you need to use layers above the weight layer. Okay. Okay, I guess that's fine. Okay, so maybe what I can do is I could use... I maybe could move it to the hammer layer. What is happening with my bitrate? Okay, how's YouTube feeling about this? YouTube is fine. It's just Twitch. No. It is unfortunate. Okay, so I might move some of this stuff to the hammer layer and use the base layer for other things in the future. But for now, we'll just do this. And I guess I don't have to set this to 1. I can make it 0. And then through code, once we do this, we can set it to 1. But then we transition to crossbow. And there's no way of exiting this. Right? Once you're in crossbow, you're in crossbow. Okay. Save. And yeah, this is still the very beginning of all this nonsense. So let's see. Okay, we have our animator there. Okay, I did some dumb things over here. I made multiple rows of these things, and I noticed that I have a lot of stuff open. So I'm just going to close some of this because this is ridiculous, right? Let's close that. Ah, jeez, why is it so hard to close these things? Can I close all? Okay, close all tabs. Okay, then we can open the crocodile stuff separately. So animator, manager, movement, state machine, and animator events. Okay, great stuff. Cool. So the first place I might have to think about how this works is over here. Okay, so in the state machine, we have idle, running, attack, dead, walking backwards. Okay, and at the moment, that seems to be enough. Unless we need states specifically for... Now, but the problem is I want to be running regardless of whether or not I have a hammer out, right? So that might not be a state. That might be a phase. So we could do that, right? We could make a public enum phase as well. And the phases could be, you know, hammer and crossbow. Right. So one of these phases could be active, so we can also do a private phase, right, over there. And then we could do the phase equals, so this is on start, phase dot hammer to start with. And then we actually, we have these two functions repeating, but instead of a state, it would be a set phase, and we have a phase, new phase, right? So let's do a find. Let's find the word phase. No, state. Okay, so we find and we replace with phase. Okay, let's see. So we don't want all those. State, 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 states. Okay, now these are all the right ones. Okay, we replace that one, 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 that one. Okay, and now these just need to be not capitalized. Just small phases over here. Okay, if phase is not equal to phase. Okay, we actually don't need that. Yeah, we don't need that. What? Okay, shift tab? No, okay. Get phase, on phase, change. Okay, so let's just go here. And we want to pretty much copy these as well. So now this thing handles phases and states. I think I'm spelling phase correctly. Right? I hope I am. How do you spell phase? Phase. That is phase. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we are in distinct periods or whatever, phases, and we are in states. And this thing can do both. So we can set a phase to whatever, or we can get whatever phase we are in. Now, I'm assuming, I don't think we're going to use these phases too much, unless I want to make him more complicated, but for now, you know, changing between two phases is not really that insane, right? But, you know, once it's like 3 or 4 or 10 phases, this might be fine. Okay, so should we do this in the state machine? I don't know, but it's fine. Okay, so we can now be in a state and a phase, and I like that. Okay, so what we can do now is the animator, for instance. This thing, okay, we need a few more things here for a start, but we look at that now. So this thing listens to the state machine and waits for an on-state change to happen. So what we can also do is we can do cb state. Okay, state machine.on phase change. Okay, and we can do a on phase change as well. And now what we can do is we can have a private const string draw crossbow. Yeah. Draw crossbow. And I think I did something dumb here with the parameter. Yeah, you know what? Let's just call this a crossbow. Already doing things I don't like here, but anyway. Yeah, like I'm using an X sometimes, and sometimes I'm calling it a crossbow. Okay, let's go back and change the spelling, because apparently I misspelled this. Draw crossbow. Save. Okay, so draw crossbow, that would be now this trigger over here. Okay, and geez, okay, so now we're there. Okay, so draw crossbow. So right here we can have the trigger. So we can do a couple of things. We can do CBE dot CBE animator dot layer set layer weight. Okay, what are these numbers for? Layer index and weight. So this would be layer 1, weight 1. Okay, and then we also do CBE animator dot set trigger, and the trigger is going to be draw crossbow. So this would happen on a phase change. Okay. It's going to be hard to test all of this. Hey. Okay, so we draw the crossbow, and now everything changes. Right, I think all of this stuff can be the same. So we can still have attacking and all that stuff. But now I have an attack trigger that I need to set. That might be okay. This is gonna break my brain but I can feel it. I can definitely feel it. Okay, so now we need to figure out, first of all, when do we actually try and change to the second phase, right? So I think at somewhere we need a phase type of manager. Now, I suppose we could have it work here in the manager itself. I don't know. I don't know. What is it? Is it good to do it here, or do I need to write a second script? You see, the problem is we have all of this stuff, all these triggers and things that we need to Okay, so let's think about this. What do we need to do on a phase change? On a weapon change. Let's write it down over here. Okay, so what should we do on weapon change? Okay. So first of all, we should do change the attack trigger areas, right? So that means disable hammer triggers and enable crossbow triggers, right? So that's the one thing we should do. Then we should disconnect events and reconnect, and connect. Disconnect hammer events and connect crossbow. Okay, we should physically. Okay, so we have those 3 circles for the hammer, so we need to get rid of those. We need to get one for the crossbow, and okay, what else should we do? We should keep. Okay, we need to have this in a function. Well, we should activate, and deactivate prefabs for weapons. Right. That's not so much. So we could do a public, or no, we could do a private void change phase to crossbow. Right, so we can change phase to crossbow. And then what we can do on that, when we do that, is, well, for a start, we can get rid of the connected stuff over here. Right, so our attacks, all of this can stop, right? So we don't need any of these on attack triggers to function right now. So you can take all of these, can plug them in here, and we can do minuses, right? So that will basically mean we disconnect to these events, right? Okay, just so they don't clutter everything, right? And then we should probably now connect a new trigger. Okay. So this is the disconnect hammer attack triggers. Okay. And then connect crossbow trigger. Now I don't know what this is gonna look like. Yeah, no idea what that's gonna look like, but we need to do that. We could also then disable these trigger areas. So let's just see how they are pulled in. Okay, so they pulled in as a CBE attack, which is a script, right? Yeah, I mean, we should disable them. I think it's the best thing to do. Okay, so disable trigger area game object or hammer. So it's going to be something like CBE attack 1 dot game object set active false. And we'll do this a couple of times for 2 and 3 as well, so that they are no longer valid. Okay. And we need to then actually, so we could do both of those in succession. And then we might have to enable trigger area for crossbow. Okay. And then we do connect crossbow trigger. Okay, so let's set that up in the inspector first before, in Unity before we go too far here. Okay, so in our scene, can make this normal. Okay, so currently we have all these attack triggers, right? And we can show the gizmos to see what they are. Okay, so this is attack 1, attack 2. The big one is this attack 3 thing. Okay, now when he goes into crossbow mode, we need to think about this. So we obviously want another attack trigger, but I don't know if this script is going to do it for us, because it might. So let's look at the script and see what it does. So it's just looking in an area for the player. If the player is there, it sends a trigger. Okay, so the main issue I have with this one is the fact that it's checking in a sphere. I wanted to check almost in a capsule. So if I change that, that'll change the behavior of the script fundamentally. So I need to Yeah, I think I need to write a new script. So it's going to just be CBE ranged attack, I think, right? So we have attack 3 trigger area, and now we can have a new game object, yeah? Doesn't have to be an attack 3. Come on. Yeah, we can call this the CBE or ranged attack trigger area. Right? We have a range attack trigger area over there. We can obviously move it over. Don't know why it moved like that, but anyway. So let's put it like 15 in front. So, but I want it to be an elongated area so that he can attack multiple enemies, no problem. So we add a component here and we call it CBE ranged attack, right? Okay, create an add. Things are moving a little bit faster in Unity because I restarted and I closed some files. So it turns out that that was kind of a problem for it. Okay, now to start off with, what I'll do is I'll copy all of this stuff, right? So that the functionality fundamentally is the same, but yeah, so most of the functionality will work pretty much the same way. So we have our range attack, attack radius, multiplier, all that good stuff, right? All of this stuff should be kind of the same, and we have cooldowns and everything already built in here. So I like that. Okay, so let's see. So we run the attack trigger. Okay, the hit player in attack zone part we can't really do, right? Because it's not going to be, it's going to be a projectile with its own hitbox, and that hitbox determines whether or not we hitting the player. Okay, so this part we can't do. So we can do a, oops. You know, we can just get rid of that for now and get rid of that also. Yeah, so we don't worry about that. So here's the thing. Can we do a check capsule? I've tried this before. Okay, so check capsule is a thing. So we have a vector start and end. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. A radius. Let's open it up and see what else we can do for overrides, right? So start, end, radius. A layer mask. Okay, that's fine. Okay, trigger, query. Yeah, okay, that's all good. End, start, end, radius, start, end, radius. That's not so bad. So we do transform dot position for the start, maybe. And then, you know, I mean, we could do that, but that's bad. Okay, so what we maybe can do for the start... we could just have 2 positions, actually. Yeah. So we have the actual attack as its starting point, for instance. And then we have a private transform for the attack area end point. Blah, 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 blah. End point. Right, so we need to plug that in. So let's go create that. So we have the trigger area. So that might be the starting point. So we'll put that over there. And then we can add... Well, we could just add another one here. I don't want you inside there. Okay, then we can have this the ranged attack end point. And we just reset that transform. You move it over. Okay, so we got one. Yeah, we can put that one there. We can put that one there. And then this guy, you want to know where that is. So we put that in there. And okay, we can save it like that. And what we can do now is go here. Okay, so we have that. Can we do a gizmo? Gizmos.draw. Draw capsule. Why not? Why is a capsule not a thing? That's so dumb. Okay, well, what we can do. So we can just copy this. And yeah, now we have two potential positions. So we can get this one. So that would be the end point. So that guy dot position. Right. So we have the start and the end point. And you know what? Let's make the color yellow. Okay. So that now should work the way I think it does. So we got it over there. And the last time I fiddled with this, I had some other problems. Okay, let's see. So if I increase the size, I just don't want the start point to be able to... He shouldn't be able to shoot behind himself, right? If we make it 10... And we can move you up to there. And the end point... like there, so it doesn't show a capsule, but you know, you can just imagine it's filled in. So would that be a good trigger zone? Maybe it's too far. Yeah, but this is okay, I think. Right, so that one's just a point. It's not very important. This one does all the good stuff. Okay. Okay, let's play with gizmos on. Okay, exit prefab mode, that's fine. I just want to see if these do the thing I think they do. In the past I had a problem where the capsule didn't keep its orientation. I think I might know why that was though. Yeah, so these points now are staying. Okay, he's trying to hit me with his... Oh, that's the frog's attack zone. Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible attack trigger area zone for this guy. Okay, might be too much. So for now, suspecting it might be too much, let me change this just a little bit. Why is the X position changing? I don't understand. But anyway, yeah. So I don't know. Maybe I didn't change it now because I was fiddling with it, and then eventually I just. Okay, so it shouldn't be possible for the X position to change. Okay, and you get 0, 11. Okay, fine. Okay, that's now our trigger area. Okay, so since we can just delete this, it's so unnecessary to comment things out. Okay. Attack cooldown. Okay, so this also maybe won't work the right way. Yeah, I might have to change that behavior because I'm thinking about it. The cooldown here should work that, you know, if he shot it, if he was shooting, he should be on cooldown, right? Yeah, so I probably don't need to have this function called to start the cooldown. I could literally just start it here. So if the character's in the play zone and we are not on cooldown, we can set the attack trigger and we could actually start the cooldown. Yeah, I think that makes sense, right? So we can start the cooldown there. We don't need this function to start our cooldown. Okay, and our attack trigger, we run it on fix update. That's good. And yeah, okay, so this is our on attack cooldown. So if that's false and we are still in the attack zone, he'll do it again. Okay, so this should actually work pretty well already for the range attack. On attack, so let's rename this one to on ranged attack, just so we are clear on that one. On ranged attack. Okay, so we have our events as on ranged, so it's more clear. Okay, but the attack trigger and all that stuff could be the same thing. That's just so that it's a bit more clear there. Okay. That's good. I like it. I like it. So let's go back to our manager and see what I can do here now. So I could actually go up here and I can now include a ranged attack prefab, and I can call this the ranged attack. Not prefab, but the script, right? So I can add it there, and that would mean that I could do a few things. So I could do CBE ranged attack dot game object set active, and this one should be true, right? And then I can do CBE ranged attack dot on range attack plus equals hello plus equal tab. Okay, on range attack. There we go, we have our trigger. So we get the trigger. Okay, I'm thinking we could actually just go into the attack state. Maybe. Well, I actually don't know. So how does the crocodile currently handle this? So let's say the crocodile attacks once. Is the attack number set to 0 after the attack? I can't remember. Let's go attack 1. So let's see. So attack 1, start doing action. Okay, oh, that's good that we need that. Foot, hammer, swing effects. Stop doing action. Okay, so maybe there is something in the warrior animator events. So when we stop doing action, so we set the attack number to 0, which means that at that point we cannot actually enter back into our attack state. Or we are still in the attack state, but we can't go back to attacking. Okay. Yeah, so this is kind of like a trigger in a way. So what I can do for this one is, yeah, I think I should just have a... Yeah, we could do this stuff the same way. This is fine. I don't think that's a problem. Hey, what are you complaining about? Unstable. Yeah, it's a bad internet day. I hope it's not too bad. But it is fluctuating a bit. I see the bitrate. Okay, but anyway. So that's how we're triggering this, the attacks currently. Because only when we get a trigger from our attacks can we set the attack number. So in this case, we could actually have... we don't need an attack number. We can just have a trigger instead. So we set our state machine to the attack state. Okay. Like that. And then... Okay, we set our attack. Okay, our state machine is in the state attack. That's fine. So then we need in the animator, we need a way to trigger. Yeah, so we have a set attack number here. So we can have the trigger also go here. Public void set ranged attack trigger. Okay, so we call this, and effectively what we do is we do CBE animator dot set trigger. Yeah, and the trigger's name is who knows? Not draw crossbow. It would be attack, I think. What is the trigger's name? So I think we need to add that over here, and it's going to be attack. I don't know. Let's make it ranged attack, right? Let's keep it correct. So ranged attack is going to be the trigger name. Okay, so we can copy that, and then we can go into this thing to the animator, and yeah, we don't use this attack trigger at all. So let's make that the ranged attack trigger. Okay, and now basically how we get into this is by triggering our ranged attack. So we're in the attack state, which is fine, and then we can trigger the range attacks. Something like that. So the trigger for the melee attacks was the attack numbers that we set. And in this case, the trigger is going to be the actual trigger, right? So there's just one attack, so we don't worry about it. Okay, cool. Let's go back here. So now we can do range attack over there. And we can set it like that. Okay. And that's basically it, right? Because setting this, it just happens once. And then it goes off again. So we'll do a attack, and then that's it. Then we go back to whichever state we want to be in. Okay, so we need to do CBE animator.set range attack trigger. I call it set, doesn't need to be set, right? Let's call it trigger ranged attack. There we go. Trigger range attack. Okay, so that's what we did. We triggered the ranged attack. Fine. Good. Okay, so we've changed our phase to crossbow, which means we connected this. We set the trigger areas to true, and we've connected the events. Okay, great. We haven't changed our phases yet, so we should do that as well, right? So in our state machine, we should set the phase to whatever the phase is that we need. Okay, so maybe at start we should set the phase to, so at start before we set the idle state, we could do the phase first. So CBE state machine dot set phase in this case, and the phase is going to be hammer. Right, we start off in the hammer phase, and then right here, when we change to the crossbow, just after we've disabled all this stuff, we can set our phase change to crossbow phase, right? So this would be crossbow. Okay, there we go. So we are in the crossbow phase according to our state machine. So our state machine knows where we are. Our trigger, all our trigger zones have been triggered the way they should be. Okay, what else do I need to do here? Let's see here. So all this state stuff should still work, right? This should all work fine. Switching between. Now I need a few more. So that's fine. We'll do that. Yeah, and we also have the on phase change over here. So we set the phase in the manager. This thing is listening to the phase change, and it does draw the crossbow. Draws the crossbow, and it sets the weight of the crossbow layer. So now all of our animations are overwritten by our crossbow animations. Okay, now we just need in the manager a way to trigger this. So in the manager, this should be triggered when we are half HP. So how do we figure out what amount of HP do we have? So currently, let's see. This thing is not necessarily keeping track. No, it is. Take damage. Right, so every time we take damage, we do check if we should die. Right? So we can additionally check that, you know, could we perhaps just change a phase? Okay, so we could do an if after taking some damage, our CBE stats dot enemy health. Okay, this is going to be annoying. So we need to do a calculation here. So is it less than 0.5 times? I think we have a CBE status enemy max health value or start health. Let's go enemy start health. Get enemy start health. Fantastic. If it's less than half, we need to change phase to crossbow. There we go. We've done it. We did it. It's going to work 100%. No problems. I'm just going to play it, and all this code that I wrote in the last hour will just work 100%. Right? That's the way I understand it, at least. So, let's see. How many null reference exception errors am I going to get? So, let's go through some of the problem areas, potentially. So, this thing, the animators, I don't think I need to plug in anything new. Yeah, no, I don't. They are fine. They won't work 100%, but that's fine. So, that's okay. Now, my managers, I do believe they need to know about the ranged attack, yeah. So, the range attack trigger area goes in there. Our movement script is not going to work. Yeah, that one is going to be a bit wonky, I think. So, yeah, no, it'll work. He'll run towards us and then stop at some weird position. So, yeah, we'll see about that. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So I think the only other thing I might want to do quickly is inside of the Xbox X-bow attack. I might want to set the, so he shoots. Oh, he just shoots. Douche. Okay, so I might want to set a couple of things here. I might do this one over there. So let's do methods, start doing action. So just so that we know he's doing an action. And over there, can add another method. Don't need two. We just do the method. Stop doing action, right? Those are required, I think. Yeah, so we start and stop doing actions. That's fine. Anyone in the other ones? I don't think that's important. No. I think that's the only other thing that could have broken this. Yeah, exit prefab mode. Let's go. Oh. I thought of something else I needed to change. Yeah. So he's only going to change his phase once he's below half HP. Now, I have no hope in hell to get this guy to half HP. Yeah, it's not happening. Also, maybe we should put the crocodile closer to me, so I don't have to wait. I can see immediately if something weird's happening. So Hugh, come over here, stand there. So that as soon as I load in, I can see everything. Okay, let's just do that. And let's change his HP to be something, I could actually do damage to. This should be inscriptable objects, enemies, crocodile enemies, start health. Let's make it like 50. Right, I could definitely see myself doing 50 damage. Okay, so I already noticed that he is a little bit broken, but let's just see how broken. Okay, gizmos go away. Okay, let's get the knight. Okay, he takes out his... That is very interesting. So he's using his hammer. Okay, let's just pause. Let's go to the animator. Let's see who has control currently. Okay, crocodile boss enemy. What are you doing? He's doing attack 2 solo. Ah, but this thing somehow got... this is maybe the problem. Maybe? Yeah, actually don't know. Where are you pointing to? Okay. This might be the problem. Let's put the animator over there. So we can have a look at what it does. Okay, this thing... don't actually need that right now. Okay, let's stop. Stop the bus. Let's open this. Okay. So I want to see entry. It goes into empty. It should only do this on a trigger. Ah, wait a minute. No. It doesn't need an exit time, but it should only do this on trigger. Right. Or maybe we should do this. Make transition to there. State machine. Make transition. Oh my word. Make transition to their state machine crossbow. And we transition to the state machine on the draw crossbow trigger. Okay. And then inside the state machine. Yeah. We can't go up. We go from entry to this thing. Okay, good. So that's one thing that could be problematic. So let's play and keep our eyes on the crocodile. See what's up. Okay, so there's immediately is a problem. It sets the overwrite value. Okay, and it did enter immediately. So I'm assuming in parameters our draw crossbow was set immediately as well. But why? Okay, let's look at our parameters. So draw crossbow is clearly not a thing. Okay, so on start it's immediately a thing. But why? Okay, we have some shenanigans going on with our code. So the draw crossbow. Okay, so only the animator can set this, right? Okay, so let's see. On phase change. I see. I understand. I see what I did. If our e dot phase is equal to CBE underscore no CBE underscore state. Oh, come on, figure it out. State CBE underscore state machine dot phase dot crossbow. Only in this situation do we set it to draw the crossbow. Yeah, because we do change a phase right as we start, right? We start off changing the phase to hammer, but I didn't know that that was the case. Okay, so if we change the phase and it's changed to crossbow, we can set the crossbow layer to have a 1 override, and we can draw the crossbow with the trigger. Okay. Now, this shouldn't happen from the start, so let's see. And while we see, we drink some coffee. Okay. So I'm clicking on this guy. I want to see what this state machine does. Okay, so he comes... Yeah, this stays in empty. He's attacking or something. I guess. Okay, there we go. He's attacking now. Okay, if he goes to 50% HP, he draws his crossbow. And he's shooting, actually. Oh, come on. Okay, so that's interesting. So this is getting continuously triggered. It seems like. Okay, and obviously he can just slid along the ground. So let's see if I can kill him. I killed him. Okay, but the ranged crossbow is continuously triggering. Okay, so let's stop there. Okay, but some of this, he actually took out his crossbow. That's a flippin', that's a miracle right there. Okay, so we trigger into the ranged attack, right? And I don't think we want any of these transitions to have an exit time. We just want it to happen. Now, when we go out of range attack back to idle. Ah, okay, I see. We should have another transition where so the one idle needs to be true, but the other one he could just kind of go there and wait for the next trigger to come back. Okay. Yeah, we actually then don't need two transitions, right? Okay, let's get rid of that one. So he'll just shoot, go back to idle. That's fine. And then he'll wait for the next range trigger to happen. So let's go look at our range trigger stuff. So trigger range attack. We set the trigger range attack over there. Okay, fantastic. That's good. But I guess we call this function way too often. So let's go see where we call this function. Okay, so we wait for... And I see. Well, I think I see. We need to do something like this. Yeah. So we need to do an if e.attack trigger. You know, then we do this. That will make sense. Okay, so we can only trigger the attack if it does set a true. Okay, so then we set the state to attack and we trigger this thing. And let's actually go to our attack trigger and just see how that thing is working now. Okay, so it sees the player is in the trigger zone. Fine. And we are not on cooldown. Okay, so then it sets this to true, so that can't happen. So if we are on cooldown... Oh, I didn't set the cooldown. The cooldown's 0 seconds. That's the other problem. So I thought that this shouldn't be broken that badly. Okay, so let's go to this trigger area. No, there's definitely a cooldown. Huh. So the cooldown... was at least... That's interesting. It should be at least... two seconds. Which meant we couldn't have invoked this so many times. Something is weird. Okay, let's see again. Let's just try again. Yeah, we can get out of the prefab. That's fine. Okay. So there, he takes out his hammer. And he starts whacking me with the hammer, which you can't see. I whack him back. He's like, oh no. I take out my crossbow. He shoots. He runs, he shoots. That's a cooldown. That's pretty nice. Huh. Okay, cool. That kind of works already. And then I can go take him out. He dies. He doesn't die. Maybe I need to hit him again. There we go. He dies. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Why is there so many frogs here? What the hell? Okay. Okay, so a lot of the stuff is working already. That's freaking amazing. Why do we have this totem here? Delete that totem. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. So a couple of things. Since we're doing enemy, the boss enemy testing, I want to go to my enemy camps prefab and just change this spawn to very low number because I don't want to be overrun by enemies all the time. Okay. There we go. And I also want to do something with the way he dies, right? So currently, if we go to this manager, he's waiting to be less than 0. Let's just make it less than 1, right? Anything less than 1, he dies. And anything less than 1 realistically is 0, right? So that will just make him die. He won't live on 1 HP. I think I have a similar problem with the characters where they live on 1 HP exactly. Okay, goody. So this works pretty well actually. Now what we need to figure out is the movement. So obviously he currently he's just running after us, right? Also, he's quite a big guy, and the speed at which his feet were moving was a bit disturbing, right? So we should change that as well. So we can go to our... Not that. Definitely not that. Okay, so this is specifically the running animation. That's a bit of a problem. So let's just go to the other one. Let's see. What did I do for this running animation? 0.65. Okay. So I think I'm going to do the same thing here. 0.65. And the walk backwards, 0.325. I don't know if that's realistic. So, but it's half of this. Oh, no, it should be 0.625. 0.65. Because it is a slow animation already. Yeah. Okay, cool. There shouldn't be exit times when we go to death. Right? If death happens, just die. Okay, no exit time there. Okay, very good. Very good. Okay, but there is an exit time going to idle. Okay. This is fine. I think it's fine. I don't... Let's stretch. Oh, man. Getting some good work done today. Jeez, like it. Okay. So, movement. What does our movement script look like right now? Okay, we have an update. We have a start. Doesn't do anything. Get rid of these comments. Okay, so we're calculating... Alright, so we're doing a couple of things. So we can set the movement speed. Agent speed equals to movement speed. Okay, so we might have to do that at least. So let's think about this. Who's actually setting this? Oh, the manager. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, so let's see what we do. So for movement, we get the state machine, and we ask, if are we currently running, and if we are not, and we are also not doing an action, then we can calculate a distance to the player, stop the agent, look towards the player, and then rotate towards the player. That's fine. Now, if our distance is actually greater than 10, then we set our state to running. Okay, so that's just the first check that we do. Now, if our state is running and we're also not doing an action, then we make ourselves move effectively. And we set a destination. Okay, so that's fine. But now, we want some new functionality here. So all of this is okay, but additional to this, and you know what, we could check the state of our character to do this stuff with, right? Yeah, so we should do a couple of things actually with our states. So we should first of all, we should check if we are not dead, right? If we're dead, then this doesn't make any sense, right? If so, let's just do this. Okay, so if our state machine is not equal to dead, okay, then we can consider doing anything here. Right? So that's the first thing we need to do. We need to not be dead. Okay. Then from there, I think the next two checks we can do is to check whether or not we are currently in get phase over here. So we do get phase, and if the phase is equal to phase dot hammer, yeah, if we are in the hammer phase, then all of the stuff we've been doing, we can keep doing, right? I think that makes sense. Okay, so else if, no, I'm just doing an else if because I'm scared. Else if our phase is actually now the not hammer phase, so the crossbow phase, so we've changed phases, then we should do these things. Okay, and all this can only be done if we're not dead, obviously. Okay. So I want to do this separately. I think do the two phases, just make them separate scripts here. That just makes it easier, right? So this is movement when not, well, when in hammer phase. It's right there. And then here we have our movement crossbow phase. So the other thing why I want this is at some point I also want the hammer phase to maybe jump or dash towards the player, right, to close the distance. You know, so that's another layer of complexity on top of whatever I'm already doing here, which is just going to make it very complicated for me. So I want to keep this separate to this, even if I copy most of this. Let's be clear, I might copy most of that, but at least it's separate and I, you know, can work with it. Okay, so let's see what we have to do here. So I think this first if statement is pretty much perfect already, right? So this is just gonna be repeated. So we ask ourselves, look, are we running? We check if we are running. If we're not running, we're also not doing an action, then we are allowed to look around. Okay, so that's the first thing. We can look around. Now, from there, it depends on what we do next, depends on how far away we are from the player. So the first thing I think we could do is we can make this like 15, right? So only if we are really far away. Yes, like at 15, that could be like 20, I guess. I don't know, actually. Yeah, so only if the player is really far away, and I have no idea what this is, so we'll see. So the player is quite far away, then we can run after him. And 20 might already not be enough. Let's make it 30. We'll see how it feels when we get there. Okay. So this at least means we won't run after me so frequently. Now, we also need potentially another condition here. Which would be, if we are too close, we actually want to walk backwards. Right. So if our distance to player, which we fortunately calculate, is less than 10, let's say, then we want to do something like state machine dot set state and CBE state machine. Yeah, come on. Walk backwards. Okay, so we set our states to the walk backwards state. Now, I don't know if this works yet, but anyway, the state exists at least. Okay, so we can go backwards. And then, so this is just checking and setting. And from here, I think, yeah, so all this if statement does is it looks at the player. Right? I think that's okay. Okay. Then we need to say, okay, we look at the player and we decide, are we going to run after him or are we going to retreat? Okay. Then we can basically do something like this. Right? First of all, if we decided to run after him and we're not actually doing anything right now, we can set stop to false and we can set our destination to the player. Okay. Now, if we are not going to run after him, this gets a bit weird. So else, so that's that. And then we can also do if, and we could pretty much copy this. Let's just copy this again. But the state must now be walking backwards. And we are not doing anything at the moment. Okay, we can keep the agent stopped, right? Which basically means the agent is not going to try and calculate where we need to go, right? And then we should transform our position, right? So I did something very similar to this with the frog, where our position is now something like that. So we're walking backwards, and then our transform.position is now making us go backwards, right? So it's something like this, but let's copy this, and then we can look at it for the crocodile movement. Okay, so we are now, in fact, in the walking backwards state. So then we can take our transform.position, and we don't actually have a movement speed. We have an agent.speed. So we could do agent.speed over 2, right? So that just gets the speed of the agent. Yeah, that works. Okay, so let's see. Distance to player. Yeah, so this is just the inverted of that. But it's fine. We can do that. It's not a problem. Yeah. So we could actually just do distance to player. I guess the problem is distance to player is only calculated if this is the case, right? Yeah, let's not do that. Let's do exactly this, right? So we get a backwards distance dot normalized. So we're moving away, right? Because if we do it this way, it's a backwards. Okay, so we transform our position away from the player. Okay, but we are still not, so we're not in the running state, that's for sure. And we are not doing anything, so that means we are still rotating ourselves towards the player. We're facing the player while moving backwards. Okay, now we just need to be able to set the state. I think this works. So let's see if we can set the state correctly. So in our state machine should be fine. I think the animator is the problem because we don't have a walking backwards trigger or anything like that. So let's do a private const string walking backwards equals, well, who knows? Who knows what it's equal to? Something that I maybe misspelt at some point in my life. Come on. It's telling me to just hold on a minute. Okay, so is walking backwards? Is that the one? Oh, that's is walking. Is this one it? Wait a minute. Do I just have is walking backwards? That totally exists. Which one is it? That is this one. Okay. Control C. And we stick it in there. Is walking backwards. Great stuff. So, in this thing where we set our states, we actually took out the walking backwards stuff. Okay, so we just have to add a case. And we'll add it before the dead case. Okay, so if our state is walking backwards, okay, we make all of the other things false. So idle, running, attacking, all that good stuff is false. We don't need to worry about death. And CBE animator.set bull walking backwards is true. There we go. So now we should be able to walk backwards. Technically. So as soon as our state changes to walking backwards, there is a chance that this works. There is a possibility that this code will work. It should switch off idle, running, attacking. Those are the main ones. Yeah, those are basically the ones that it can switch off. Okay, fantastic. Fan-frickin-tastic. And we should then be walking backwards. So we can check. Okay, are these all set up? So walking backwards true, walking backwards true. Okay, so we can't go from attacking to walking backwards. We have to go through idle and then walk backwards. That's fine, that's fine. Yeah, we just need to not have an exit time here. Yeah, basically, and the same with running. I don't want idle to be prioritized over running, right? If I can run, I should run. I shouldn't wait around before I run. Okay, but if I don't have anything else to do, I should obviously stay in idle. Okay, I think I've done it. We'll see, though. We'll see. Okay, so let's exit prefab mode, I guess. Hopefully I didn't forget anything. Okay, it smells like swamp, but I don't really care. Let's just take the chicken for a go. Okay, here he comes with his hammer out. So we need to fix that, obviously, right? This is not a hammer. We can clearly see he's not using a hammer. Okay, so we smack him once more. He takes out his crossbow. he's sliding quite a bit, and he's trying to get right up in my face. Yeah, he still wants to be very close up and personal. That's interesting. Okay, so let's see. Are you having something to do with this? Well, this stopping distance has always just been 0. So it's probably not this guy's fault. Yeah, but he should try to run away now when I get close, right? He's not. Okay, so something is wrong. He does face me, so that's good. So what I'm thinking is the phase change kind of failed, maybe. So let's stop. And let's go check how the phase change fell in terms of the walking animation or the movement animation. So basically, we should get the phase. And if it's the crossbow phase, this is what should be happening. Very interesting. Okay, let's put a debug here. I just want to see... No, not one of those. Debug log. We are moving using the crossbow phase. Okay, so then this should be fine, I think. I don't know. Something is not working the way it should. But he is shooting me. Let's actually go... Yeah, okay, no. Let's not do anything. Let's just see if I can get that thing to say something to me. To play. He certainly is attacking. Okay, select. Okay, this thing will spam me right here. Okay, croc attack 2. Okay, let's get rid of your health. Okay. Interesting. So we are never starting to do an action. I see. Okay, so this is a classic problem of our animators not doing the correct things. Yeah, we never start. Yeah, so if we go to our animators event and we do this. No, we can keep it there. But if we do start. So I'm just going to verify that this is the case, but I think this is exactly what's happening. We don't start to do an action. So let's see. So every time we trigger the attack, we don't actually trigger the start doing. Okay, let's just get rid of your HP now. Come on, you want a piece of me? I didn't think so. Oh, he did start doing action. So what's the problem? Okay, but we never get into the moving. Okay, so the action thing works. Okay, did the phase work? Okay, let's see if the phase... Ah, fuck. Did we not phase change? We should have phase changed. If we didn't phase change, we wouldn't have updated... Yeah, that's a good question. Movement, so we handle movement. We make sure we're not dead. That's fine. We check if we are in the hammer phase. And then we check if we are in the crossbow phase. Let's copy this and hammer I think he stays in the hammer phase for some reason, which doesn't make any sense because that doesn't make any sense. Eh. And also, our is doing action, so while this is a very short time frame with the no, that's fine. So in a very short time frame, we can't do anything here, right? So we can't, while we're doing actions, update our movement here. That's right. Okay, that's okay. So there's something happening here with the movement, I think. I suspect it is our movement that's not working right now. Okay, we are moving in the hammer phase. I guessed that much. So let's slap you into the other phase. And we are still moving in the hammer phase. So the hammer phase is not okay. So let's pause and let's go to your state machine and understand what the hell is happening here. Debug the state machine. So our phase is still hammer phase. Why? How? Why? How come? I can't understand that. Don't we have less than 50% HP? I'm sure we do. Did we not plug in something to the... Maybe there's something with it doing an attack, so it doesn't run it? Let's see. So let's go to our manager. It seems like we are not setting our phase. Okay, so let's just get rid of that one. Because it just spams me right now. Manager. Okay, so change phase to crossbow. So we definitely set the phase to crossbow. Yeah, we absolutely do that because we take out the yeah, we take out the crossbow and we play the crossbow animation. So this is working. Yeah. Yeah, we set it active. We take out our crossbow. We have the triggers. The triggers are working, as far as I could tell. So this is fine. That is so peculiar. Our state machine. Maybe it's not setting the phase. Oh, jeez, I'm so dumb. Phase is equal to new phase, guys. Obviously. My word. Yeah, so it actually did do the trigger, which is why some of the stuff works, but when we check what phase we are in anywhere else, wow. Okay, so just that small change is going to fix all my problems. So let's see how fixed my problems are at the moment. Okay, let's get out the chicken. He's the guy. He's the man for the job. Okay, yeah, well done. You're hitting me with that crossbow. I like that. Okay, now let's get you into the proper phase here, my guy. Okay, he takes out his crossbow. He shoots. He kind of plays the walking animation, which I'm not a fan of. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Okay, so when I run away, he will chase me at some point. Okay, what if I run back towards you? Ah, he tries to get away. He's trying to get away. Okay, so that's quite a slow backwards movement, like the chicken can flip and get to him, no problem. Whoa. Am I killing him over and over? Look, I'm a level 105 already. Ah, okay. So that's a bug, but it's fine, right? You're not supposed to be able to kill him again and again. Okay. This is good. We fixed that part. So let's see. In our... So our animator... So what is our animator doing, right? So our animator, I think it's stuck in something here. It's looking at the states. You know what? I need to set the walking backwards to false. In each of the other states, right? Like that. And actually, even in death, otherwise. He's gonna die, but he's still gonna walk backwards. Yeah. So maybe that's it. Because maybe we're in the attack state, but the last state we were in was walking backwards, so he kind of just, you know, sits in the walking backwards state. I think that might be the problem. So let's see if that looks better now. Because I don't like him walking in place like that. Let's go. You know what? Let's get the ranger to go. Let's see if the ranger can do this. The ranger can do this. I can already tell you the ranger will be able to do this. So let's see. He comes at me with his hammer. I'm like, no, get away. He takes out his crossbow. He's like, okay. There's something bugged here. Okay, that's interesting. Wonder what happened there. Okay, so he shoots me. He doesn't really do anything dumb. When I try to get closer. Hey, Dianora. Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, when I try to get closer, he totally kites me. He doesn't kite very well. But he's kiting. How are you doing, Dianora? On this Friday morning. I'm doing well, thank you. I have a working boss enemy, sort of. His first phase works. His second phase is still a bit of a work in progress. But look at him. He's evading me. And when I run away, he will chase after me, I hope. Yeah, he totally does. I need to change his range, maybe, because he's flipping way off the screen right now. So wait, if I go out there, I'm not in range right now, but he doesn't chase me. How far away am I? Let's see. Who would know something like that? Maybe the movement script does know that. 25. Okay. So my range is like 25. Okay, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's stop. Okay, so let's make this crocodile. Attack trigger endpoint. Okay, don't be in debug mode, my guy. It's not good for me. I guess I could have calculated that right. It's 15 away and he has a range of 15, right? So that's 25. Okay. Should we change the radius maybe? Yeah, okay. Let's make the radius a bit smaller. Like 5? I guess 5 could be fine. I'm doing well, Dianora. How about you? This game is flying. I'm coding so fast, it's not even funny. Now I've been working on the boss enemy the whole week now. Which is not bad, I guess, but yeah. Okay, so let's see. So we have 5 on the radius, and he's 15 away, so that would make the total attack range 20. Okay, I like that. So let's say in the script for movement, yeah, somewhere here, 20. So if we're greater than a distance of 20 away, we should chase, the enemy should chase after us. Let's make it greater or... Yeah, greater than 20, that's fine. Less than 10, he tries to get away. Right, okay. He tries to get away at quite a slow speed, though. It's kind of a problem. I don't know if... let's do this. Speed multiplied by 0.8. Okay, it doesn't like that. Why? Why are you like this? Is there a delay? Oh, that's unfortunate. I think it's either Twitch or my fantastic South African service provider who's having a bit of a rough day. Why is this now not a thing anymore? Oh, wait. I need to put an F here, right? Because it doesn't recognize that as a float. I mean, of course, it doesn't recognize that as a float. Obviously, hey? Obviously. Okay, so let's see if he follows a bit closer and if he walks a bit faster when I get close. Play. Exit prefab mode. Yeah, Twitch is super confused. I see you rated with 36 viewers, but sometimes the Twitch thinks I have double that for some reason. And then it switches back to 36, then to 72, then to 36. Something somewhere is having a bad day. Okay, let's take our Jack JR. Thank you for the follow. It's probably Jack Jr., right? I think. I don't know. Okay, we shoot him with 2 fireballs. He's like, I've had enough. He takes out his crossbow. He shoots me 2 times. This looks pretty cool. Okay, now I still need to add an attack, because obviously there's no attacks. He just does the animation. Let's go closer. Huh? You want some of this? Come at me. Come at me. He's dead. Boss defeated. Game has been won. And I got... How did I get 99 levels? There's something funny happening here. And I don't quite understand. Yeah, I don't quite understand what's happening here. Oh, you know what? It's probably my bad. Okay. The way I add levels is I check what level am I on? Oh, 0. That means for every 10 experience I gain a level. So it takes the 1000 XP you get from the boss divided by 10, gives me 100 levels, and then it only recalculates the XP requirement. Whoops. It's intended, right? You're not going to be killing the boss on level 0. It's fine. That's a bug I can live with. Okay. What about... You guys want to see how cool the crocodile's hammer looks? Hammer looks. Let's take his hammer out. So obviously I don't have a good way of doing this. It doesn't work yet in code, but we can take out the hammer manually. and have him fight us with the hammer. We'll take the chicken just so we can take a bit of a beating. So this is the hammer. Pretty nice. I think it's pretty nice. I learned about trail effects this week. Yeah, he does a lot of damage. You can see I'm almost dead. If I was any other bird, I would be dead right now. Well, yes. Okay, I'm very close to dead. Okay, he takes out his invisible crossbow and he starts shooting me. So obviously I need to trigger the the weapons to actually change. Because yeah, this doesn't work. Actually, how difficult is it for the knight to get in close? So let's see. So normally the knight struggles with enemies that kite him. And yeah, he will definitely struggle to get to this guy. So he'll need to go into full-on run mode, not attack anything, get close, and then slap the crocodile. Okay. That's kind of how I was thinking it should work, right? Good. Good E. Okay, let's put in... Maybe I should first put in the way of changing weapons, because this feels a bit bad. Yeah, that's a good idea. So, I think all the weapons should be hidden by default, right? That makes sense. And then we should go weapon unsheathed. So we have two weapon unsheaths, the first one and the second one. So let's see, weapon unsheathed, the first one. Okay, so he does his thing. So we could have the hammer appear somewhere like there, I guess. So there's an event already for that. Okay. So let's see our warrior events. So we have an on-draw weapon and then an on-weapon switch, I guess. So we could actually do this. On-draw weapon, get the hammer out there, and game object set active. True. I put it on the wrong thing. On-draw arrow. What? Okay, no, get away. Weapon switch. Okay, let's try this again. So, game object set active true. Okay, then let's see when we do take out the other one. This is going to be the same weapon switch function, right? Okay, so maybe we go into our this animator, the script over here, and maybe we change our functions. Yeah, maybe we make a public void draw hammer function, right? That seems reasonable. And we also do a draw crossbow. Crossbow. I don't know why I make... That's just one word, so yeah. Don't need any camel case. Okay, and we just do that for the functions. Should be okay. I think. Oh, okay. We need to do the events as well if we want to do it in the editor. So, you know what? I'm just going to copy these quickly, and then I'll do on draw hammer and on draw crossbow. Okay, then we just invoke those events over here. So on draw hammer, invoke, and here we do on draw crossbow, invoke. There we go. And now we should have nice new functions to attach our events to, which would work a bit better. So on switch weapon, we just ignore that one. I'll delete it later. I say I'll delete that later. We'll see if that actually happens. So on draw hammer, we want our hammer game object to become visible. There we go. And then on draw crossbow, we want our crossbow game object to be visible. And we want our hammer game object to actually go away. And maybe we do the hammer go away first, right? So we just draw these like that. Okay, and then we have, let's see, on weapon on unsheathed. So we could just add another one there. Wait, what did I just do? Added an event in the wrong place. Okay, so this is weapon unsheathed animation. So this is the first one. And we want to do draw hammer. Then expo weapon unsheathed. Or unsheathed. That's the same animation. Okay. Regardless, it's a different animation. It gets triggered differently. We do the draw crossbow. Okay, let's see if this works. It should just work. Okay, we take out the chicken. Let's see, he draws his hammer. Whoa! That looked amazing. Okay, he's beating us up. Let's make him take out his crossbow. And he did. There's a bit of a hiccup that he gets into there. Yeah, he shoots us. What is he doing now? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, so he got a bit confused there. Huh. Okay, so now he's confused for some reason. He wasn't being that way earlier. Yeah, why is he not updating his... Well, that's interesting. You should be getting a new... you know what? That's weird. You know what? I'll be back in a minute. Just need to go use the restroom real quick. And then we can figure out why the hell he's bugging like that. Okay, so let me just do that, and I'll see you guys in a minute. Okay, I'm back. And okay, let's continue. Yeah, okay. Twitch is still complaining that my internet is terrible. So sorry about that. God, I don't know how to fix it. Okay, but let's see. So the Crocodile is kind of getting confused with his states, I think, and I do believe it's the movement script. So if you look here, okay, so if we're on the crossbow phase, we do this movement. Okay, that's fine. So first of all, we check that we are not running currently. So if we're not running and we're not doing anything, then we can calculate the distance to player and look towards the player. If we are running, right, we can actually just use the nav mesh story to go there. And we only set the running state if we are at a distance greater than 20. Okay. So this might be part of my problem. Let's make it 18. So there's a little weird thing that can happen here if you're just on the edge, right? So it's like my range is 20, but I also run at 20. That's also a trigger for changing states for at a different place, etc. So I think that could be an issue. Let's just see how changing that changes the behavior of the Crocodile, right? So Mr. Crocodile, let's go. Let's see what you do now. Yeah. Let's take out the ranger, right? Why not? Okay, he takes out his hammer. He runs towards me. He gets into range. He starts smacking me with his big hammer. Okay, I almost died, so I need to be careful. Okay, let's just make him switch to his crossbow. Okay, he shoots. He runs after me. He's trying to get into range. He got into range. He shot again. So if I stand still, he'll kind of be... That's actually not bad. So I'm not on the edge of his range. I'm somewhere in the middle of that bubble over there. More or less. Okay. And then... Okay, let's see what happens if I go outside here. Like that. Okay, that messes him up, right? When he... So actually, what happened there? What messes him up with that specifically? So when he's running and I move out of his attack... Okay, let's see what state he's in currently, right? This is a bit strange. So if we go to debug, he is doing an action, actually. And okay. That is the problem. He's doing an action, so he's not updating anything. Okay, so where did this happen? So I think he did an action. Yeah, actually, how did he start doing an action and then not stop doing the action? Okay, I need to go. Okay, so I think that's the problem. He gets stuck in his I'm doing an action thing, and all the movement says if you are doing an action, don't update your movement. Right, so he started running, but he also triggered an action, which would be he triggered his attack, I guess. What if we tell him that you can still rotate, even though... So we get rid of this. So basically this was to not have him during the swing of his hammer, you know, rotate 180 degrees, because that's kind of weird. But what if for this version, he can still rotate while he's shooting? I don't think that'll look too terrible. Okay, so that should at least be able... Then he should at least be able to rotate. And since he's rotating, he might even be able to change his state to the correct one. Right? This could be one way, or I could just figure out why he's stuck in the doing action state. So let's see. I'm thinking what is happening there. So if you look at where the action thing is being set, right? It's normally... I link that. So if we go here and we go look for is doing action. I think I do it somewhere at the bottom here. Or maybe I don't. Is it just a public thing that I set wherever I want? It is, absolutely. So I can set it wherever I want. That's fantastic. This is definitely good coding practice. Okay, so I think what's happening is going to, if you go into here, you can see that the attack animation actually goes into, it starts to do an action right here. Let's just get out of debug mode. Yeah, so on shoot, I think there's a second one here. Yeah, start doing action. So he starts to do an action, and then he ends his action right there. Now, what I'm thinking is the end action never occurred. Now, the reason that might happen is because of the transitions from here. So it's entirely possible that we transitioned to idle, for instance, without triggering our end action. So that would mean this should probably move over like that. Right, something like this. So the idea would be that the whole animation needs to play every single time before we blend into the next one, because sometimes what happens is it's blending into the next one, which means these events at the end don't trigger. As far as I can tell, right, that seems like what it is doing. So let's see if we can break it again. So I didn't change, obviously, the behavior for the aiming. Oh, I did, and then I undid that. So let's see if we can break him again. So first of all, we need to get him to be lower HP, because he's going to beat me up. Oh, come on. How the hell am I so bad at aiming? Okay. Okay, so he does that thing, which is still weird. Okay, if I go out of here. No, he looks like he's not having any difficulty. I did it. I broke him again. Okay, so let's have a look. So is doing action is still true. And his state, he should be in the running state. Okay, let's switch that off manually. Yeah, look, he can immediately turn towards me and change his state again. Okay, so there's like a weird window where he can get stuck. Oh, now he's stuck in the attack state. That's very interesting. Okay, it could also be the way I trigger the attack, right? That's the another way that this could be breaking. So on the attack trigger, so what I do is when we are in the attack trigger zone, right, I do this. And I say, okay. Yeah, actually, I can't trigger this again. So if he just shot, that means the cooldown would be working. So I can't trigger this again. Yeah, because I'm thinking is that when I trigger this again, perhaps... yeah, no. I double-click on the wrong thing. Clicked on the wrong thing. Whoa, my bitrate is all over the show. So could it be this? But I'm on cooldown, so there's no way that this thing can trigger again, is there? It'll finish all those. So, but we get the attack trigger going. So the manager... wherever the manager is. So the manager gets the trigger... somewhere. Oh, here we go. So it gets the attack trigger. It sets the state to attack, and it triggers the range attack. Okay, that causes our doing action to go to true. Okay, and that's only if we get a true attack trigger. It's very interesting. It's weird that I never noticed this happening with these animations. Okay, I'm stumped. Does anybody have any ideas? My ideas are all out. Let's see. Range attack. We can move this up a bit, I guess. We can stop it there. So, but it does seem like the stop doing action isn't always triggered. Which means we might interrupt our attack animation somehow. But I don't think anything interrupts it, right? Like this is an exit time. Right, there's no way for us to interrupt this to go out. Only through death can we interrupt it. And we might actually do that also. Yeah, so we have an exit time to go back to idle. And then from idle, we obviously go to these ones without any time between them. Maybe we switch off the exit times here as well. That just makes sense. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. Oh, wait a minute. What does this do? So maybe this is also a problem where we don't necessarily enter into the attack state completely the right way. Right? So what if we did that? Right? So we enter into attack state immediately, because we do that anyway, but now we don't have a smooth transition thing going on, I think. I mean, you could have a transition, I guess. No, you could have a transition, you just have to move this to the end of the transition. Which it doesn't like me doing. Yeah, that's annoying. Oh, why can't I do that? I want to do that. Okay, we just make the transition then 0. So all of these ones now have no transition. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know. Okay, let's try and break him again. Come at me, bro. Let me break you. Okay, take out your crossbow. Try and shoot me. Oh, that was interesting. Okay, there we go. Well, I broke him. If I walk into this again, he will attack. Okay. So let's see if we do this over here. Let's go to the crocodile. Mr. Crocodile boss enemy. I want to see. Okay, you think you are doing an action, which is just beyond me. Okay, but that reset it, right? So why do you think you're doing an action there? Yeah, so as soon as I'm in range. Something is switching it on, which shouldn't be switching it on. Yeah, look at that. Why did it switch on, but it didn't actually... Yeah, what is switching that on and off? So this is why you have private variables. Because this is a public thing, and I have no idea where is it being switched? Who is doing that? So in the manager, I don't know, maybe Unity can tell me that. I don't know. So this thing is true on awake, that's fine. Wants me to do that. Okay, let's do that, I guess. So now it's a... Now we can see actually what reference is it. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, so let's see. So the CVE manager, that does reference it. So that is on depth. Okay, and on awake. That's fine. That's when it should happen. So this thing just wants to find out if it's happening. Right, so that's just checking what it is. That's gets. And then here we have set. Right there. Start doing action true. So that's interesting because maybe we should look at the animator. So I'm thinking, so if that is literally the only place that this is being set, right? That means maybe the animator is doing something weird. Because it's the only thing that can set it, right? So this animation needs to start playing before we can set it at all. Maybe it's still playing some of the other animations in the background. Ooh, this might be weird. Okay, let's see actually if that's happening. Maybe it is playing some of the melee attack animations and these ones, but obviously it's overwritten, but that doesn't mean the... Yeah, so that's kind of weird. But let's do this. Make it small, right? We don't really need to see all that stuff. Okay, so when we start, obviously all this is not happening, it's just empty. So we take out the crocodile's health. Okay, he takes out his stuff. Okay, let's let's pause and let's go to layers, base layer. What is it doing? So let's look at the base layer. I want to see what it's doing. So when the attack triggers, very interesting. I see. I think I see. I think I'm seeing. This is a problem. So it's always in the idle sheathed. I found the problem. So idle sheathed back in the day, I decided, needed to be also, you know, doing something with the actions. It actually starts doing an action when idle sheathed starts to happen. Yeah. So maybe we create a new state, call it empty, and this is the empty state. Let's put this over here. Empty state. And can we set this as the default state? Yes, we can. And then we can make a transition to the idle sheath state, I guess. That's fine. Okay, but basically what that means is that since that is the default state, and it doesn't really do anything, but what we can do here is we can say, we can have the parameter draw hammer be the trigger to exit this. Yeah. So now we'll default be an empty state which doesn't do anything. But then we can, if we draw the hammer, if we get that trigger, we'll move into all the other stuff. I guess. Let's play. Now this might not be entirely the solution, but it should work somewhat. Okay, let's select the Robin. So okay, it's broken. Yeah, but if we shoot at him, the crossbow stuff should still work. Okay, we draw the crossbow. Oh, we're stuck in doing action. Okay. And we are stuck in idle sheathed. Okay. Let's just stop there. Okay, so that didn't solve my problems. Okay. Okay, we set that as default state, which means upon entry we go into idle sheathed. Okay. And it does a bunch of things. Maybe we should just set idle as the default state, because I don't think idle does anything. What if we did that instead? Okay, so now this only if draw weapon is false, we go into this one. Or we can also make a transition to this one, and we can say if draw weapon drawn is false, we go back to that one. Maybe that works out. Actually, don't know. This is a bit weird because I want him to just stand around with his weapon, without his weapon, and then take it out when he needs to, right? Okay, so he is completely stuck in the idle state, probably doing an action. Draw hammer. So we have the trigger. Weapon drawn is true. Oh, I guess I need to say make a transition. Okay, wait. Okay, delete transition. Make set as default state and make default state transition. So let's just play like that, and let's see if it actually works. See if I can flip and get this thing to work the way he once did. Okay, so he takes out the hammer. Cool. He comes at me. Okay, so that's fine. I shoot. He takes out something. Okay, but now if I do one of these. Okay, let's just look at his animator for the base layer. Oh, okay. Base layer is in idle. For some reason. Okay, so if we look at the Crocodile's state, or manager at least, the attack should only be, is doing actions, should only be activated for a short while. And it is. But it still thinks the hammer is drawn for some reason. That's interesting. Okay, so let's figure out why he thinks the hammer is drawn. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so in the manager, let's see. Manager, crossbow drawn. So it's set to false initially, as long as with the hammer, that's fine. So then we draw the hammer in a function, apparently. We set it to true. Change to crossbow. Oh, we actually just don't change that. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we do yeah, we actually don't reference that either, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so we do is a hammer drawn and crossbow drawn. Okay, so hammer drawn must be equal to false, and crossbow drawn, just set that to true. Okay, so that's actually all. We just didn't do that. We also don't use that, so it doesn't really matter. But you know what? That's fine. Let's save that. Okay, so now it seems like he's going to be working. Although I don't know why he's working, to be honest. I might still have to fix this animator, but it seems like he got stuck in this idle animation this time for some reason. So I guess he could get stuck in a different animation. You know what? I think he was attacking while I was getting him. Yeah, so he was mid-attack when I shot him and got his health below. So that's probably why. So let's shoot him while he's well and truly not attacking. Okay, so he takes out his crossbow. He shoots me. Did he just take out his hammer again? What? Okay, no, he's completely busted still. So he went back to the idle sheathed animation. Okay. Okay, so let's stop that. So the idle sheath animation is my nemesis right now. Okay. So do we create an empty state here? Let's make it the default state, and let's make a transition to, well, let's make a default transition to that instead. Okay, and now let's see what these ones are. Wait, am I in debug mode still? Yes, I am. Normal mode. There we go. So this transition just basically says if weapon draw is false, we go in here. So we can make a transition there, and we can do the same thing. If weapon drawn is false, go there. Right? Pretty much. That makes sense to me. Otherwise, we just kind of stay there in the empty state. Okay, and from the empty state, we could also do another transition to idle, I suppose. No. Well, unless we do this one as hammer drawn. Draw hammer. No. We don't actually have one like that. Yeah. No, sorry. We do a draw hammer here that enters us into that stuff. Okay, so we will now be in the idle state, and now as soon as combat started, obviously weapon drawn will become true, and it'll stay that way until he dies. But I mean, he still has his weapon and he's dead, right? So it's not like he throws it away. So let's see if we can break him now. So the key to breaking him is breaking him while he's in a running animation or something like that. Okay, let's go. He takes out his hammer. Take 2 pot shots. Run a bit more. Take another one. Okay, he takes out the crossbow. He shoots. He shoots again. Okay, he's just running straight to me. So there's definitely a bit of a delay in some of the updates. I guess. So let's see. Okay, yes, we got into the empty state and we stuck there, which is exactly what I want. I don't want that thing to be in empty. So this guy is now going between idle and attacking, which is exactly what I want. Perfect. And as soon as I move away, he'll obviously chase. There's some problems, I think, with his movement. I don't know. Yeah, that was weird. So he gets a bit confused. Like, once he runs at you and you run back to him, this happens. Yeah, well, he doesn't know exactly what to do. So we can change that by just changing the attack collision zone, maybe. So that he can still trigger the attack, even though if you get into him, right? So that's a simple one. Man, there's so many gizmos, right? Okay, but let's just look at the crocodile gizmos. So the endpoint's fine. The trigger area, this one, we can move a bit closer, I think. So there's a little bit of overlap. Now, the next problem. Okay, well, now we just need to create the bolt, right? So the bolt projectile. Okay, so first of all, let's make a spawn point for the bolt. So if we go into the animation, let's just look at our ranged attack animation. And let's also take out our crossbow. Now this is not the final crossbow or anything, but you know, this is what I have right now. So okay, so he shoots right there. Don't look at his hands. It's terrible. Okay, so we can add to this thing just a empty, and this would be the bolt spawn point. Okay. And we move it to, you know, some reasonable place for bolts to spawn in. That seemed reasonable, but it apparently is not at all. Okay, go there, go there. So from this view it looks fine, from the top it looks fine, from the side. That could be the spawn point. I'm going to be happy with that. Okay, so there's our spawn point. So that's the first thing we need to do. And now, we should actually... So we have this projectile folder here. We have an arrow spawner, and maybe we just put a bolt spawner here. Right? Or do we have to attach this to the enemy? We might have to. So if you look at the ranged bomber enemy, he has a bomb spawner attached to himself. So he also he knows what the projectile looks like. He has a spawn point for the projectile. But yeah, it's attached to him. So we might have to do the same thing. Let's make the projectile first, though. Let's see what this could look like. So we have a bunch of assets here, and I think we might have a bolt. Let's see. Oh wait, this is gonna be that kind of bolt, I think. Industrial, yeah. Beams and bolts. Yeah, cross bow bolt. Damn it! Arrow. And now technically it's not correct, right? But let's see. Maybe there's arrows that look a bit like a bolt for some reason. What do these look like? That could totally be a bolt, right? I don't know. That doesn't look. This is the arrow one I use. Oof. This could definitely be a bolt, right? I think so, absolutely. I think absolutely it is. This is exactly what I want. What is this? Oh. It's an arrow without a tip. We could use that. No, we can't use that. That looks terrible. Don't even. No, that's not good enough either. These are just random things. Okay. What is this? What the hell? Okay, let's use this Asian arrow. It kind of looks like a bolt to me. Yeah. We can use the Atlas one. Yeah, there we go. So we'll grab that one. Let's move this thing over here. Okay, where's the one I just grabbed? There we go. Bam. It's in the world. Okay, we'll just float it up like that. Maybe we should have put this inside of the crocodile. Okay, let's go to our weapons prefabs and let's add this one. Oops, not like that, like this. Prefab variant, and we can rename this, right? Bolt projectile. There we go. And we go to the crocodile, I think, and we drag it in there. Bolt projectile. Let's drag it to the crossbow, actually. And nice. Reset its transform. Okay. There we go. Why can't we move this? Okay, we can move this. Yeah, okay. That's good. Okay, so let's just move this over here to where the crossbow is. Rotate you over something like this. And don't know why the position needs to change every time I rotate it. Okay, it's a little bit too big, right? So let's see if we can make it smaller inside the prefab itself. That is roughly the size of a bolt, I believe. Okay, so can rotate this a little bit more. Maybe something like this. And if we can move it forward, that would be amazing. Like that, right? So there we go. We have a bolt. Oh, what the hell? Oh, yes, like that's just fantastic. Look, it's perfectly aligned. And then you move your camera. Wow, I can't believe I've done this. That's that's some next level nonsense right there. What the hell? Okay, so now it's too small. Because it's... Ah, jeez. Okay, it shouldn't be entirely that big, but like... Yeah, like 80%, 0.8. Okay, let's try this again. We rotate it a bit like that. And let's rotate our perspective to make sure nothing is weird. Okay, let's make him do the attack animation. See if this thing is in the right place. Yeah, I mean, sort of. Sort of it is. You need to rotate to that point. Okay, cool. So we at least have the bolt projectile right there. And I might... this might not be a good idea. So maybe I should have just put the mesh there. Yeah, that's what I did with the archer. Because as soon as you put effects and stuff like that onto the prefab, and it's that prefab, some things get a bit weird. But I guess I could make it work with the script, though. Yeah, I can totally make it work with the script. Okay, so let's open this thing. There we go. Okay, so we want a script what did I call? Yeah, arrow projectile. I think I'm just going to call it the bolt projectile manager. Right, and it'll just manage everything the bolt does. Not just the movement, for instance. Because the arrow, I had the movement script that I added, and then it kind of became the manage everything the arrow can possibly do script, which is bad. Okay, so we have that. This script is probably in some weird place right now. I think this ends up... Yeah. My files are all over the place. So Bolt Projectile Manager, you should be in scripts at least. Along with some of these other ones. Huh. And then in scripts, I should have something like weapons scripts. Doesn't seem like I have a folder like that. So let's create one. Not sure if this is necessary, but I do like that. It seems to be better. You know, I need to become better, and one of the ways I become better is to just actually organize my files. Okay, so this thing is going to do stuff on start, I guess. So we need that guy. It's also going to be doing something on update because it's going to be moving. Fixed update maybe as well. Yeah, because I'm moving away from update for everything, because some things like collisions, especially the physics collisions, you know, it's better to just do it in fixed update. Okay, so I don't need to reinvent the wheel entirely because I already have an arrow that works. So I could just go and see what the arrow did. So the arrow projectile movement script. Okay. So during update, we make it move. So that's one thing. Okay. And then when it hits something, we can make it despawn. That's fine. So on spawning a new arrow, we run the shoot arrow function, and that makes a couple of things happen. So it sets flying to true. It also plays a sound, obviously. Yeah, that makes sense. We should do that as well. It then does a couple of other things. Private void. Okay, so collision stuff, right? And then there's the stop arrow function. Okay, so but to make it fly, we actually just need this. That's actually very straightforward. So we need a private float bolt speed, and we need a private boolean is flying. So it's flying, and then we just do basically this. If is flying, we can do transform dot position equals. I wonder what the forward position is here. No, it's actually like this, right? Not equals anything. Plus equals transform dot position plus equals transform dot forward time dot delta time, and we'll use bolt speed in this case, right? So that's straightforward enough. I just don't know if forward is exactly what I think it is for this thing. Bolt speed. I don't know how fast that should be. Let's make it a serialized field. Just so we can serialize field. So we can change this if we need to in the editor, I guess. Okay, so is flying would start as false, obviously. So we need a function, public function perhaps, which is shoot bolt. And we basically set is flying a public void. Shoot bolt and is flying should be set to true. So whenever we call this shoot bolt function, we make it true. Okay, now my only problem is this transform.forward. I have no idea what is forward for this thing. So let's go look at the arrow projectile actually, and let's see if we can come up with a way this works. So the bolt projectile currently like if we open it up and we say hidden, you know, and we do this. What is forward for you, my guy? Right, because it seems like it's been rotated. Well, it has been rotated, but maybe forward is still that way? This is an interesting problem. Let's see if we can go to the weapons prefabs. Let's open the bolt projectile. Okay, so this looks more promising, right? So the prefab itself shouldn't be rotated, right? Where are we now? Or in a different position, right? So now forward is in the positive X direction, I assume. Okay, that's good. I agree with that. Okay, let's make the bolt speed 5. So if I put one of these bolts into the world over there, for instance, lift it up a little bit. I just want to see if I can make this thing fly. Well, no, actually, I won't be able to, right? No, I don't have a way of running the function. Okay, let's just take that away. Okay. So to this guy, we should make a bolt spawner. So a bolt projectile spawn error. New scripts, create and add. Okay, let's see what the bolt projectile spawner does. So first of all, it should have the prefab of the bolt, right? So we can do serialized. Oops, come on. Serialized field. Bolt. This is just a game object actually, and it is the bolt prefab. Okay. Then it should have a function called public void. Oh, come on. Spawn bolt projectile. Right. Okay, and it's gonna do something like game object. I can't remember how the spawners work, because obviously I can't Let's see. Bomb spawner or arrow projectile spawner. Arrow spawner. Okay, so it's simply something like this. So let's copy that. So we get the projectile, arrow, and the position actually. Yeah, we need the position. The projectile holder. Okay. No, I know what that is. Okay, so let's just change this to spawn. Bolt projectile. Okay, so that's what we run here. Okay, and the game object is going to be the spawned. Spawned bolt. Okay, and then, okay, so now we need to do bolt prefab. Yeah, dot game object. Okay, and then the bolt spawn position, so that we do need that. Bolt, serialized field. Bolt spawn position. Righto. And this would be a transform, I guess. Something like that. Okay, so we need the bolt spawn position and rotation. And the projectile holders, that's just the parent. Is that thing a singleton? It might be. No idea. So I can't drag it in because this thing wouldn't be spawned from the start, right? The enemy spawns eventually. So I can't just drag this in here like I did with the arrows. So let's just see, did I make it a singleton or something like that at some point? Projectile holder. It's got an arrow spawner. So let's just add a holder script. So we call it a projectile. Okay. And all this thing has to be is itself. Okay, so public. I think it's a public static projectile holder instance. Get private set, and then it's awake, I guess. We can do instances this. Alright, something like this. Let me drink some water. Okay, so we have our projectile holder instance ready to go. And now we just have to get that. So in our bolt spawner on start, I guess we could do... these should be private. What am I doing here? Private. Private. Okay. We also have a private transform, I guess. Oh, it's a game object. Game object. Projectile holder. Right, actually, this could just be a type of projectile holder. Okay, then we do projectile holder equals projectile holder dot instance. Okay, so we get that, and now we know what it is. So projectile holder, plug it in there. Projectile dot game object or transform. Okay, we need the transform. Okay, cool. Fantastic. So we get the bolt, we spawn it in the spawn position, we rotate it into the right direction, and we parent it to the projectile holder. Now, We have a script instance for the spawned bolt. We want to get the inside the spawned bolt. There should be a bolt projectile manager, and inside that there should be a function called shoot bolt that we run. Okay, so this spawn bolt projectile function should be run every time we shoot. So let's just save. And that could be as simple as using our animation events. So if we go here, I think we already have an on shoot. Yep, we do. So on shoot, we can drag in our boss enemy himself, and then we can do bolt projectile spawner, and we can do spawn bolt projectile. So we call that function every time we shoot, and this should just work now, right? I think so. I mean, let's try it. Okay, yeah, we can exit prefab mode. No, this won't actually work. It's not what I meant. I wanted to cancel, not ignore. Stop everything. So if we just go to the bolt spawner, we have a couple of problems. We don't know what our bolt spawn point is. So the spawn point or spawn position. We also needed to insert the prefab. There we go. So now that is referenced. So we know where it will spawn from. We know the prefab. Okay, we can exit prefab mode, that's fine. It's better. So let's see how this goes. Something interesting has happened. Oh wait, did we get a... Actually, I didn't even notice. Yeah, okay. We have a mesh here. It's buggering everything up. We don't actually need the collider. Yeah, actually, it would be better if we didn't have a collider there. Okay, let's just see if that works a bit better now. It seems like it. Let's get the Robin out. Okay, some weird stuff happened there. What am I missing? Okay, he takes out the bolts. The crossbow. Okay, can we just switch off the gizmos? Oh, look! That's interesting. He's totally spawning arrows or bolts. Wait, do they just fly into infinity? Let's see if we can find one of these projectiles. So they should be inside my projectile holder, right? Yeah. Okay, they just kind of fly forever. Yeah, this one's gone through the whole planet by now. Okay, this one was just spawned. Okay, so we can see a couple of problems. First of all, why the hell did it spawn like that? Yeah, so they're obviously spawning sideways, right? So that's the one problem. They are a bit too slow. That's the other problem. Okay, and then So actually, let's just see how I do movement for the arrow, because the arrow falls. Why is this doesn't fall? So I obviously didn't do the same thing as I did with the arrow. Okay, so let's just see. So is flying, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm just doing transform.forward. Interesting. The arrows do fall. Maybe it's the way I set up the arrow projectile itself. Let's see. So the arrow projectile, it has a collider. It has a rigid body. And I think that's maybe the thing. So it does, gravity does affect it, right? So our bolt projectile. The first thing is, I think Z is forward. Right. So we might want to rotate this thing. No. Rotate this thing 90 degrees. Or negative 90. Right, so that Z is now forward, okay? The next thing we want is we want to remove this mesh. Okay, and we want to add a rigid body, just so we can make a rotation get frozen, and that's about it, nothing else. And yeah, that's fine. So now it will fly but collide with stuff, theoretically. And when it collides, we can stop it, but more importantly, it'll kind of fall as it goes forward, right? Okay. Doesn't have a collider. Oh, okay, wait, that would be a problem. Let's just add like a capsule collider, I guess. Move this thing a bit up. Right, and we can have our capsule collider. Center's fine. Height. Oh yeah, we want our center to move down potentially. Okay, something like that, I guess. More or less. No. Oh wait, no, this is not gonna work. Okay, no, we don't want a capsule collider, so remove this, and let's just add a spherical collider. Yeah, a sphere collider, and we can make the collider way more tiny. We should also, actually, could we do... Can we do this? Bolt visual. Right. And then we do these two components. So like the mesh renderer. Let's copy this component into this. Mesh bolter, and then we paste component. No. Wait, what do I do here? Undo. Copy component. Paste component. There we go. Okay, then we can remove the component from here. But since it's here, it should be fine. Then we also want the mesh renderer. And we go here and we say copy component. And we paste component values there. Okay, so it looks nice. Okay, and then over here we can have this 0. Well, no, it's can be 1. It's fine. Make this 0. Okay, but our visual, we rotate that negative 90 degrees. And we can take our visual and we can actually move it down a bit. Right, so that when we click on this one, it's closer to the center. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, so the visual is just there for being a visual, right? It doesn't have to. Okay, then I think also we just make this 1. And okay, now we need to change the position of our sphere collider. So the center. Okay, no, not like that. Just 0, and then in the Z we can move it a bit forward, I guess. Make the 0 0.05, so a little small little radius. Just the tip, right? Just the tip needs to be a collider. And that should be better, I think, for a few things. Okay, we save this prefab. Okay, so let's actually go back to that prefab. Okay, and we need to make our... Yeah, we can remove this actually as well. Remove that component too. And now we can make the speed 10. Okay. It's probably still a bit slow. But let's play and let's see how that goes. Okay, he does weird things at the start. It's okay. Let's shoot him. He has both his weapons out for some reason. Okay, look at that. He shoots an arrow and it falls to the ground and keeps like it bounced off my head. Oh shit, that's a good one. Okay, we need to clip that. Let's clip that for later. Okay, this seems like... Okay, that thing just fell through the floor. Oh, that's fine. Okay. But at least they move the way I think they should be moving. Okay, so this speed can be way faster, like 20 or something like 20. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know why he's doing all these funny things at the start though, like sticking into the ground and things like that. It's weird. Nah, there's something strange happening there. And that's because I enabled it, right? Because I wanted to see. Okay, no, thank you. Just chill out. Get your other thing. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it's still too slow, right? This is not how it should look. But at least it's working. So what I'm thinking is there should be a super powerful attack. Why are you running all the way to on top of me, man? That's not right. You shouldn't behave like this. Yeah, what is he doing? What is up, Crocodile? This is not how you should behave. Okay, let's see. Distance to player. Okay, he calculates that. He comes to me. He's like, whoop, I'm close enough. I'll stand here. And I should be able to move to like 18 before he tries to close the gap. Yeah. Oh, something interesting is happening there. I see. Okay. Yeah, so he doesn't recalculate. Okay, let's see. So he runs, and only once she shoots again does he even consider that maybe I'm actually too close by now. Interesting. Okay, let's see what that could be. This movement thing is hard. Okay, movement. Let's see. So so for some reason he starts running. Okay, then he's in this running and he's doing an action, I guess. So that would mean this is true, which means he doesn't try anything else. He doesn't try to update his distance or something. I don't know. That's a bit weird. Maybe we shouldn't have these in here. Maybe they should be outside. Or we should have... you know what? Maybe we should have a case... I don't want the movement script to set the state to idle. But that could be kind of my problem. Because there's this dead zone here. So he'll start running. And he doesn't stop in time. Unless we change the stopping distance, then so we set it to running and we change the stopping distance to 18. I guess that's one way of doing it. Agent dot stopping distance equals 18. So we just get into range again. So this is when he is running, then the stopping distance is 18. That should be fine. I don't think that'll actually make a difference. Oh wait, it might. Might cause this to not work. No, this should be fine. All of this should be fine. Yeah, we could even do it here where we say, okay, are we in the running state and we're not doing anything? That's true, so is stopped is false. And we just additionally set the stopping distance right here. I think that's okay. I don't actually know. I don't know much of anything. Okay, let's see if this works. And then we need to do... Well... Let's see. Let's just see if this works. If this works, we'll fiddle with the bolt a bit more so it doesn't look so terrible. So it's currently way too slow, right? Okay, so he does his stuff. Let's just get him out of his hammer form. Takes out the crossbow. Okay, so if we have a stopping distance, let's see. He does that thing. Let's see, distance to player. Yeah, so he comes. Yeah, distance to player is 9, and it doesn't update until he shoots again. Oh, that's terrible. So setting the stopping distance kind of breaks a lot of things, it seems like. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So that So I need to manually stop and start this guy. So whenever I do this, I stop him, right, anyway. Then I just check, okay, should I be moving in one of these two directions? And if I should, then I do. But somehow this isn't updating the way it should be. So he kind of gets stuck in the running animation. I guess it's while he's doing an action. So he does this. Then he attacks. And that means he's in an action, which means he doesn't stop to change his behavior until this happens again. Yeah, and then he realizes, oh wait, I'm actually too close. Yeah. Let's take this out and see. Let's see if this helps us at all. So now I'm allowing him to look around effectively and update whether or not he should be moving towards or away from me, even when he's doing something. And by something I mean attacking, right? That's the only action that he could realistically be doing. Okay, so let's just test that. Okay, let's get rid of his HP. Yeah, take out your thing. Huh. He still does this. Okay, so that's not the solution. So perhaps the solution is something like, you know, if you're not doing an action and your distance to player is actually greater than 10 and distance to player is less than 18, or let's say greater than equal to 10 or less than equal to 18. This is the wrong symbol. Okay, so in this case, we actually do set the state to idle. Maybe that is the problem. Right, so we just do state. So look, we can't be walking backwards, we can't be running forwards, so state idle. Now the only problem I have with this is now that, well, technically he doesn't have to be in the attacking state. Right? Who knows? We'll see how this works. I think it doesn't have to be in the attacking state. I do think so. So let's just see. I don't even think I trigger the attack state now that I think about this. That's a good point. Let's see. Let's see if this breaks anything, right? So we'll take this out. I don't like what he's doing there, but anyway. Okay, he takes out his crossbow. He shoots me with one of his funny bolts. I come too close. Okay, he tries to get away. Okay, now he does that whole walking in place thing, which I also don't like. And he still just runs right up to me. Okay, I don't know. My brain's fried. I think I'm going to have to call it there. It is almost 10 to 8. And, you know, I have another job, work I need to go do. So, yeah, I'm going to have to call it there. Thank you so much for watching. Dionara, thank you so much for the raid. And thank you so much for everybody sticking around afterwards. Let's see if we can't raid somebody ourselves. So let's do a raid, a channel. Is there anybody I'm following right now? Following? Huh. I don't see anybody I know. Any suggestions for a raid, perhaps? I'm open for them. You see, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, no, nobody's online. That is crazy. Okay, let's see if we can't find somebody who does Unity development. At least, so let's search for Unity. Unity. And perhaps they should be English, right? Portuguese, French. This guy is doing Unity, but he's playing games. So same category. I should maybe do that as well. Wow, there's almost nobody. Let's see what some of these people are doing. Oh, this guy has a lot of viewers. Let's go raid this guy. I have no idea who he is, so hopefully it goes well. Let's start the raid. And then I need to go. Need to go do some other work stuff. Okay, there we go. Thank you so much, guys. I will see you tomorrow, or maybe not. I'll be here. If you want to come join, you are welcome. Cheerio. Ending.